All right. Hello, greetings and welcome in everyone. Hello. My name is Harrier Citadel, avian alien sentinel of Fort Mystehaven, perpetrator of creative chaos, general maker of things, and very happy to be here today. Woohoo! Hello, Brad. Hello, Moonshiro. Welcome in. Welcome. We are here. And, oh boy, today has been the day for fish. It has been the day for fish, and it is going to continue to be the day for fish. I was planning on working on commissions tonight, but obviously that ended up being taken very sideways a little bit. A Fish Friday on a Tuesday? Indeed. Wow. That is indeed what happened. Legitimately, it has been a day of fish. Granted that this morning, for Sky Huntress's birthday art, I was drawing Myriad as well, and then we collectively on a whim decided, okay, we're acquiring fish. We are acquiring fish, adoptable, from Izukiya. So that happened. We acquired a fish adoptable. Moonshiro, for understanding, allow me to just grab this then. One moment, please. And I will make it such that we can understand this conversation. It is gonna be that one. Open you. Please open. I hope I didn't drag it into the wrong place. Yes, I did. Yes, basically, yes, that's what happened. We adopted a fish. Let me head over. So, basically two arts happened today. Real waterfish or something virtual? Something virtual. And let's just head over here so that we can talk about this through. So, this I drew this morning quickly for Sky Huntress's birthday art, featuring Pegasus and Nereid, who is fish. So yes, Nereid has been around for some years now. I believe these two had their debut in Shadow Song Book 3, which I think was 2019 NaNoWriMo. I think was 2019 NaNoWriMo, but I'm speaking under correction. And since then, things went really crazy in Sky Huntress's life, so she hasn't been able to write more on this. But yes, these two are superheroes in Sky Huntress's story. Back in a previous iteration of my existence, I did character design for a whole bunch of Sky Huntress's things. And yeah, Cloudboy and Puddle are kind of really be very fond memories of mine amongst the Shadow Song cast. But yeah, so that was the first fish of the day. I did not expect there to be a second fish this day. But the second fish of the day has been that we adopted this guy collectively. So Bread helped quite significantly, chipping in so that we could acquire this adoptable for Project Mystehaven. So he is going to be a new major member of the cast in Project Mystehaven. He has solved huge problems in the last hour and a half. I cannot articulate exactly how many huge problems he has solved for me in the last hour and a half. Oh my word, I have spent that time writing for Kerith's POV, just getting outlined down and on paper before I can start to forget things and change my mind and get self-conscious about things. But yeah, he's just proven himself immediately the perfect man for the job. So, woohoo! I I do love the fish, and it's the type of design that I would have gotten if I could justify it, but I couldn't. So he's immediately useful. Let's go. Yeah, yes. This song? I'm not sure what you mean there, Manshira. But basically, it's a pre-made design by Izukiya that we were able to purchase. The credits are over there. Design, yes. Yes, yes. So this is a design we bought, and we all collectively looked at this and said, oh dear, he's artable. And so we bought him today to include in Project Mystehaven, and now there is no ways on this blue earth that he is not being arted on the day of acquisition. Included in the adoptable was this preview PNG that we got, as well as this reference sheet, which breaks a few things down, which makes things a little bit easier to see what's going on. So, this is going to be pretty interesting to work with. In my original idea, it feels like he was just going to work out really, really well. And now that I'm looking at this reference sheet again, I see that he's actually got a weapon. Like this, I didn't realize it earlier, but this thing that's hanging over his hip here, it's actually a weapon. We all took one look and said, oh no, he's submersive and audible. Oh no, oh no, that, submersive, oh my word. That could be taken wrong in the wrong situations, oh boy. But yes, audible is a fun word. That which is easy to art, or... I've never bought a design, how do you do it? Okay. It depends on the platform that you're working with. So, with Izukiya, the designs are mostly sold on the Ko-fi page, and then it's literally a case of you find a design that you like on that is listed as not sold out, and you say, okay, hit the buy button, follow the TOS that are in and copy the TOS that are in the product description so that you have it on record, so that you don't lose what the rules are for the use of that character. And then, yeah, as long as you follow those rules and credit your artist and design parent, in that case, yeah, all good. But you can also get adoptables on a whole bunch of other art websites as well. VGen has adoptables of all descriptions. A whole bunch of other platforms as well. I remember back in my DeviantArt days, I have bought adoptables there as well once or twice. Sold adoptables there once or twice, so or just happenstance. I got one scrolling through social media and they were advertising one, and I impulse bought another watching a friend draw them and off dibs to viewers. Yeah, like that sort of thing does happen. So if you are watching artists and they are someone who does make designs for sale, there are lots of ways that you can actually purchase the adoptable. What you do with it depends on what you negotiate with the artist. So in this particular case, the purchase options were $135 for private use. In other words, you're not going to use this character for a novel or write them into a webcomic or anything. It basically just having the design to draw for your own entertainment and blah. But there was an increased price point at $175 for commercial rights, which means that, okay, we are now allowed to use the design in a commercial project. So anything where I might say, okay, I want to make a standee featuring this character, for example. I would like to do that at some point because he's very standeeable as well. Anyway, that besides the point. It's the sort of thing where you say, okay, I am now allowed to use this character design in a commercial product. Considering that Project Mystehaven is my primary commercial product, I had to go for the commercial rights, so there was no ways I was not going to. Might be a weird question, but how does the artist who created the design know if it's not going to be used in a commercial use? That's a matter of how rude are you as a customer and how willing are you to get blacklisted by the art community, basically. Because you can be dishonest about what you want to do with a thing, but will you be able to deal with the backlash when the truth eventually comes out that, hey, listen, here's the bank statement, you guys bought this for me for non-commercial and you're using it for commercial, and are you going to deal with the social media pushback and maybe the legal ramifications that have come from using things outside of the intellectual property TOS that you agreed to? It gets messy. It gets really messy. So if you're going to have, if you're going to purchase a design and you intend to do anything with it that involves posting it online, generally just go for commercial rights straight off the bat, because even if you only think of it like 6 or 7 or 12 or 15 years later, if you want to do something commercial with that design, it's safer to have the commercial rights and you have record that you have the commercial rights, so that your butt is covered on a legal basis. That is basically it. I paid commercial rights for both of mine. I don't want to risk anything. Yeah. And I mean, that's kind of why when I do my character design stuff, I include commercial rights in the base cost. Because I know when it comes to character design stuff from my end, because I don't offer adoptables, because I generally like to do character design stuff tailored to the person more than trying to figure out, okay, this looks cool, let's sell it, because I don't know what to do with it. And in that case, I prefer to, considering that it's something that is being made specifically for a person, I like to bundle the commercial rights directly in automatically, because I don't have the time or mental capacity to look up or when someone is doing something commercial with it or not, and I don't want to get a DM about something later, like 50 people DMing me to say, hey, your design is being your design is being used on this thing. Did they pay for commercial rights on that, or what's going on here? So with all of that being said, yeah, I like to build it in. Like, I would say that it's a different thing if you're putting the reference sheet on a piece of merchandise. Like, that is wrong. But when it comes to, like, okay, this is a specific illustration being made specifically for a piece of merchandise, then that's a whole nother kettle of fish. That's another fish pun. Oh my word. Anyway. I just noticed, because of the way they did the zoom in on the fan, that it's kind of looking like a cool long-tailed coat thingy, and I thought it was the outfit, and then I noticed it was the tail. No, it's all good, it's all good. It's the day for fish and chips. It is very much the day for fish and chips. It is so the day for fish and chips. Especially since, Yeah, I almost dropped huge spoilers. But anyway, it's the day for fish and chips. I almost accidentally dropped huge spoilers. Are we going to be upset if I drop huge spoilers? Or are we just going to become more excited about it? That's if you have friends that online that would DM you on caring about things. Yeah. Almost got the spoilers. Okay, would you guys like the spoilers or would you guys not like the spoilers? Because it's going to be a long time before the thing is actually published to be able to experience the full narrative. But yeah, always more excited. Okay. Well, Finn not fan. Yes. It's a big distance between those letters. Wow. Okay. Yes. Yes. Okay. So, spoiler alert. Yeah. I ship this guy with the ice giantess. Now, it just happened. Like, just like that. I can't help it. I usually avoid romance plots like the plague, but Kerith was the only person in my list of POV characters whose goals, I could say, for what she wants out of life were civilian in nature, in a sense that she has a clear-cut, I'm just doing the Mist God thing as a temporary state of existence. And she knows what she wants out of life, and it just turned out that this guy turned out to be exactly who I needed to be able to support what she wants out of it. And in some weird way, it just worked out that, oh, okay, the girliest girl on the team is getting a romance plot. Okay, I'm not gonna fight this. It's writing itself here. And I think that he's quite the catch. Yeah, I think that it's gonna be a good pair. It's gonna be a good pair. Sorry, there was some upsetting sad news on the VTuber sphere, and I'm sad and crying, and that's overwhelming amount of info. Yeah, I heard the unfortunate news. A lot of unfortunate news this day. Scamming in the EN sphere and major losses on the JP sphere with Hollow Stars. I'm really upset about that as well. I have unfortunately not been immensely familiar with the workings of the JP side of Hollow Stars. But man, it always sucks. It has been a rough day out there. So let's take the little victories that we have had and look at trying to stay positive and supporting the guys while they are still able to do their thing. And when we hopefully find them out in the wild again, throwing all of the motivational cookies at them again, yeah? I think that's the best thing we can do. My first thought was you were going to do a yaoi pair, but I'm okay with a straight pair as well. And just like he's very much a character I would design for yaoi stuff. Yeah, I tend to try and keep my ships private, like, all the time. Like, if I have a ship, I will probably almost never, ever, tell anyone what I ship. Like, it's just not gonna happen, right? And on that front, I will generally also never write anything canonical into my work in general. Like, legitimately, before this pairing, the only canon ship I have in, like, 15 plus years of writing is a literal married couple. So it's like, okay. it was just going to always be okay. I can in my brain ship my OCs with one another, but I'm never going to tell a soul about it, and I'm never going to draw art for it. Because it's just that's my private personal joy, right? So even when it comes to like fictional ships and stuff, I'm not gonna join bandwagons on that, and I'm not gonna draw my ships. So yeah, like if something is canon and I can agree with it and it makes sense, sure, but it's like it's not usually my thing, you know. Yeah. As far as how you use your designs and what have you, it's just, yeah. I love them all. Some were more hard though, because they were like both a personality and design. You just vibe with them, and it's yeah, I get you, Minshira, I get you. Like, it is an absolute travesty that it seems like they didn't even get the opportunity or option to buy out their IP. Like, I feel like that is probably the saddest part. Like, if they were able to split off and keep their IP, it would have been better for them. Because obviously, Cover has got no interest in, you know, doing anything with those characters again. So it would have been awesome if they could keep their IP. But at the same time, there's so much that one doesn't know that we, as outsiders, ought to not know. And one can't help but get the feeling that there is a very good chance that the resources don't exist to do the IP buyout, and that's an unfortunate state of affairs as well. The fact that IP stays with the agency always rubs me the wrong way, but I've gotten too attached to my design. Yeah, look, your taste is your taste in terms of your pairings. I'm not going to make any comments on that. And in terms of design-wise, yeah, any design could go any which way depending on the application and art style that it gets applied to. So when I draw this just now, it is going to also get adapted into my own art style, which is more action manhwa-esque as well. So it is going to look a little bit different. So yeah. Sometimes you have your characters in your story and you write something and they're like, actually I'd like to do this, and then the dialogue between the creator of the characters and the story and the characters themselves. Yes, that is a real thing. It's like, I'm having a conversation with my imaginary friends. We're arguing and I'm losing. Help. That's a real thing that happens. It's totally a real thing that happens. Totally a real thing that happens. Like, who was it the other day? Who was it? It was... I can't open that up right now. Who was it the other day? It was... It was actually Lark. It was actually Lark. I was having a conversation trying to work out some bugs in Lark's character build with Sishian, and it's like, okay, how are we handling this one core fundamental issue with a guy? And it's like, lady, the answer is staring you straight in the face. You're gonna need to rewrite a little bit. And it's like, fine, Fine, fairy boy, fine. I'll give you your flippin' rewrites. My characters are all fools. They have dragged me down to their level and are beating me with experience. Oh, joy. Oh, dear. That's a lot of details. Hello, Zany. Welcome in. Welcome in. Yes, it is a lot of details, but I think that it also is currently being a little bit deceptive in terms of how the details are placed. So I think first things first, let's all have a hydrate, and then what we can do is we can get into our drawing side of things. Coffee. Good old coffee. Yeah, one of the reasons I started stream a little bit late today as well was entirely because I needed to boil the kettle again. And that takes like 10 minutes. I timed it out. It takes 10 minutes just to boil the kettle. And yes, I was using the entirety of the time just before stream also to finish writing first draft of Kareth's POV outline. It was like an hour and a half for something like 800, almost 900 words. If it was a high school essay of 1,000 words, I would have failed. I needed to do faster, but I think I was also having conversations at the same time, so it was like, multitasking, not writing, yeah, all of the things, all of the things. Speaking of, how is our audio volume? I was having a listen to VODs the other day and it felt like the background music was actually a little bit quiet. But I want to just check with you guys as well. Now I want one of their adopts even more. They drop them whenever I don't have much money for it. Yeah, one day. I know! Volume sounds good to me? Okay. Okay. Just double checking because I always feel, But yeah, I've been looking for an Izukiya adopt for a while now, so I'm super grateful that we've been able to actually snag one. Like, the character designs always look so snazzy and sharp. Like, I just love the combination of soft curves and sharp edges. It speaks with my design themes and feels so much. I love it so much. It like, soft curves and sharp edges is like my thing. So it's like, this speaks to me on every level. Okay. So let's see. Hydrate timer set. There we go. I did respond to Vijin. Thank you! Thank you, greatly appreciated. Greatly appreciated. 1 second, let me just see, because I need to let that mull in the brain. Okay. I was in fact just blind. Cool! I feel better knowing that. Okay. Sorry, just needed to lean over to see past my graphics tablet and my other screen to see some stuff. Okay, so that is 2 little adjustments I can do after the stream. Cool, yeah. Awesome. Cool stuff. Happiness is. Okay. Thank you for the information, Zany. Greatly appreciated. I shall be able to work on that in the morning then. Where is my pen? Over here. Just want to see one last thing to make sure. Yes, okay. So, now we have our reference. And we can actually start our sketch. What I do want to do is just come into Mystehaven and Add a standard. No, cancel. Delete that one. Duplicate the Mystehaven set. Call this one. I want to make sure that I get the spelling right because I haven't memorized it yet. And pull this in. Hey, just in the right place. Animal, hello, hello, welcome in. The fish! Yes, we have the fish. We have our fish. In the final days of Mermaid, too. Oh my word. Okay. So, now we've got a color palette for him. So let us, as a first order of business, get a swatch going. So, we're going to have our hair color 1. Buzzer beater on Mermaid. Okay, so, methinks this is actually a pretty limited palette, so I'm going to grab from where I can make sense of things. We've got the almost that's hold up, is that Congo bluish? That's Congo blue. I know that is a gel color for incandescent stage lights. That's like it's not quite cobalt blue, not quite royal blue. Little smidge of purple in there. That's like one of the very, very few colors whose names I actually know. For the rest of it, it's just like it's blue, it's green, slightly orangish yellow color. So crazy. Okay, so we have our eye colors, which are also going to be our I'm just going to take this one out. Take that one out. No. Okay. It's not in my color history. No. Where did I sample that from? Was it from here? It had to be from here. Yes. Okay. Try that again. Fish with hair. The taxonomy confounds me. Ah, welcome inside. Welcome. Hehe. Yes, we have indeed got fish. Ooh, and he's got gauntlet. Ooh. I thought it was just magic, but apparently it is in fact gauntlet. It is in fact gauntlet. See that? That's armor. Ooh. He gets better and better. Howbie, I am currently swimming in gratitude that we were able to acquire this design this day, because it has solved some problems. It has solved some big problems. Let me just open up the still unfinished Kareth reference sheet. Actually, no, I'm just going to get the Paladin armor iterations because I want to do some revisions to the Kareth reference sheet before I go any further. But basically, for her POV in Project Mystehaven, the fish that we have adopted has just made life infinitely simpler. So this is the character that he is going to be most important to in terms of plot. And just as a matter of interest and making things make sense. Where is it? Where is it here? I believe in her Visona tab over here, I do have the information about. Do I? Yes, she is 268 centimeters tall, so she is a tall lass. Our resident ice giantess. That is how tall she is relative to everyone else in the team. Well, the three other tallest people in the team. The two other tallest people in the team. Does he have a name from you or the artist? We spent some time in the Discord channel earlier on actually looking at namings for this guy. So we have determined 268, yes, 268 centimeters, yes. That his name is going to be Dewin. Dewin is going to be his name. As you can see the spelling over here, it's a little bit tiny, but that's his name. Dewin Azul. Now that is not enough saturation. I have to translate that height to American. Yes, it's tall. It's tall. It is just under 3 meters, which is like just less than a story. Okay, this 60. Okay, that's like 40 centimeters short of a story. 30 centimeters short of a story. I think. Is a story 3 meters, or is that just ceiling height? No, ceiling height is 3 meters. A story is like 3.5, I think. I can't remember. Anyway. So 8'9". Yeah. She's tall. She's tall. Like, really, really tall. I was not far off. Well, yeah, no, you were not far off at all. And she is his love interest? Yep. I have decided that what I said earlier about there not being any romance roots in Mystehaven, he broke that. It's entirely his fault. He broke that. I think that it is definitely going to happen that he and Kareth are going to be the only canon ship at this point in Mystehaven. Like, Kareth has the only pretty much domestic sort of plot line that I can think of. I think it just works. Like, I generally shy away from writing romance, like, a lot. But I hope that with literally everything else happening in the story, it'll still be interesting. It'll still be interesting to have one character whose priorities are in their love life. And considering that it's Kareth, who is literally the most girly girl on the team, it just kind of makes sense a little bit as well. Carrot like the vegetable? I can't remember saying carrot anywhere. What? I'm lost. I'm sorry. Kareth. Her name is spelled like that. You could do that, yeah. I just feel like for Kareth herself, the romance story is kind of her plot. It feels like it is her plot. Like, everyone else, their plots are their own major life hurdles, and I think that if everyone's got a different kind of thing that they're trying to achieve and fight against and all of that, it makes it feel fresh with each POV. So, you've got the people who've got their family ties, you've got the people who've got, like Harrier, who's got the memory issues, and the associated madness. You've got the people who are running away from the past, and the people who are just trying to figure out where they stand in the world. And I think for Kareth to be someone who is in a state of turmoil, because of being in a temporary stage of life and finding a piece of stability in her person, I think that is a totally valid kind of plotline to accompany, you know, we're just trying to stop the world ending here, guys. Come on, team, we're just trying to stop the world ending here. Small tangent, but it's still funny to me how so many things just Akira Toriyama deciding I don't want to bother actually, and it just worked. You know what? Fair. That happens. It happens. Like, there is a lot of scope for things happening in the margins of a lot of different kinds of stories, so... Is Kareth gonna carry him around in a fishbowl or something? Not quite. Not quite. There's definitely gonna be a Princess Carrie somewhere, but I'm gonna leave the rest for spoiler territory in terms of the exact logistics of it. Because guys, just be mindful, I have literally only just written the first draft of the outline for this entire plot. I don't know all of the details yet either. Like, literally, this guy only came into our lives this day. I don't know everything yet. We're still figuring a bunch out. I choose to believe in the large fishbowl until I am debunked. Oh my. I am glad you guys all have that sense of comedy. attach some straps to it and wear it as a backpack. Honestly, it is highly likely for day trip type stuff. Honestly, it's highly likely for day trip type stuff. Like, I kid you not. It is the sort of thing that it just makes sense. But you'll see what happens later. Because I have plans in the outline. But what exactly it will turn into, you guys will see in a bit. Hee. Water is heavy, but thankfully she is a giant. This is also true. This is true. She is a giant that has got a surprisingly low bone density, so that she doesn't, you know, sink into the snow quite as easily. Actually, I want to flip this over. Hold up. I want to flip this over. I just noticed that. Sorry, I was just distracted by myself there for a second. Remember that? Yeah. So she's lighter than she looks, despite her height. She doesn't weigh much more than... Despite her height, she doesn't actually weigh much more than, I'd say... I'd say she probably weighs just a little bit less than... I'd say she weighs about the same as Brock minus one leg. Whatever that weight value comes to, I'd imagine she weighs about as much as Brock minus one leg. So that guy, minus one leg's worth of weight. That's about the weight equivalent I've got in my head for her. Very precise measurement. Yeah, I don't think too hard about that. Like, lighter than she should be given her height, but you don't ask a woman how much she weighs. Gasp. So, that guy minus one leg. Now, let's see what I can do about posing, because I'm not sure how I feel about this. I'd make the classic joke of Americans will use anything but the metric system, except on the American guy. Well, in my defense, bird brain, I'm trying to not think as much as possible. Numbers hurt me. Numbers hurt me a lot. I don't try to remember them because it just fries me. Okay, I need to do the head on a different layer so that I can move it independently. Because that was abysmal. Okay, now with that we can... No, undo, make some adjustments. The weight estimations remind me of how nonsensical some video game official weights can be. I think because the writers sometimes kind of don't actually care since it never comes up in-game. Street Fighter is an interesting example with the weights listed in their profiles. Yeah, like, I don't know what those weight numbers would even look like. And I will be very honest, when it comes to how much a person of a given proportion weighs, I've never bothered to apply that information to memory. So it's like, if I saw it, I wouldn't be able to tell, does this make sense or not? But one thing that I do know is that muscle is heavy. Muscle is really heavy. And Street Fighter sounds like the sort of thing where there is a lot of muscle. So, I would expect that people would be relatively on the heavy side. Like, just a little bit. And if that is in fact not the case, then... Unless there's an in-lore explanation, like increased muscle density or something like that, that makes them heavier than what makes sense usually. But once again, I don't actually know what those numbers look like. On the topic of Street Fighters, has anyone seen the new Mortal Kombat movie? I have not. I have not. I think the last time I watched a movie was some months ago. Maybe October, November, I think, was the last time I watched a movie. I think. I can't remember which one. Reading. Later be read, content nonsensical. Okay, yes, that definitely does not track. That is way too lightweight for that height. Yeah, that makes a bit more sense to me, and I know very little about how much people are supposed to weigh, because why? I work on the visual side of things, not on the numbers side of things. Relativity is more important in most stages than actualities. So things like knowing, okay, a bastard sword weighs about the same as a bottle of milk. Actually, no, it weighs less. It's what? A pound of butter, I think? Like a block of butter, maybe? Light. It's light. Actually. It's just the shape that makes it interesting in terms of weight distribution. Or that war axes are also lighter than what they generally look, and so on. Relativity. So no, okay. Would a character of this scale be able to pick the thing up? Yes or no? Is there super strength that explains that? Yes or no? At what sort of a speed could you expect this thing to move with how much force? And does it make sense? That's the sort of thing that's more important to me, really. Because there are a few things that annoy me and once again, this is going back to why I'm so picky when it comes to romance plots as well, and why I'm so hesitant to write them most of the time, is that details, like living details, that sometimes just get butchered to the point of, okay, this is unreadably unrealistic. Like, oh no, why is the stagger so heavy? Like, lass, if you can't pick up a kitchen knife, I can't help you. It would have been cool to watch the Mortal Kombat or Project Hail Mary movie for the birthday, but I just spent the whole day doing something else. Ah! Happy birthday for when that was. Usually not actually very important, of course, but something sometimes funny to pick out, especially when there are probably a few dozen people who missed it, rather than a single creator. Yes, whenever I've had to look at character weight, I just look up a chart of averages and pick one that's close enough and then forget it, based on height and other factors. Yeah, same. Like, it's usually not relevant. Like, usually not relevant. Like, I should probably include a weight thing in Kerith's profile on VGen, because quite simply it is a little bit relevant to her that she is lighter than she is than she looks, but literally for everyone else it doesn't really matter. So I just figure out a weird biology quirk to make weights whatever I say it is. You know what, given the World Eater thing, that makes sense. That makes total sense. Interesting little tidbit to list for the character profile? Yeah. Things like that can definitely be interesting. Like, I think in my Mystehaven things, because I've got it open on the other side, I have in the lists for each character, I've got any nicknames that they've got aside from their name, what their date of arrival in Fort Mystehaven is. Actually, I can take that line out, because when we've got a species class, the actual species does not matter. Species class is something that is unique to Mystehaven in the sense that there are so many different kinds of people here that trying to keep track of every single species would be an administrative nightmare, so they just kind of get classified into one of like 6 or 8, I can't remember exactly how many classes it is. And that's a hydrate, oh my. And then I've got age, birthday, and height so far. That's what I've got in the character profiles in terms of general overviews. And then I've got a couple of sliders for things like personality and stuff. But copying that across to every single character is a little bit of effort, so it's going to take a while to populate that information for everyone, Darwin included. So, I don't know what's proper. I have alternative motives that they need to be happy for. Yeah, that makes sense for the World Eaters. To just not... to be dumb enough to not know what's right, so they just make something up. That's convenient for whatever they've got in mind for their state of existence. So, because I kind of completely missed that we've actually got a gauntlet going on over here, and that this structure that is hanging over the hip is actually a weapon. In my first draft, I actually had this guy as a non-combat class, so I will reassess that. He might actually still remain a non-combat class now, simply out of practicality, because, you know, it's kind of difficult to patrol the marshes when you can't walk. Just a little bit. So, I will probably keep him in the civilian state I have in the first draft, which I think would be immensely frustrating for him, but that works for plot. So... we will figure this out. I do love that. This guy's a great fighter, it's just that the environment doesn't really let him be. Yeah. I think that's gonna be a major frustration for him. It's like, he would be a perfect member of the team if only he could actually move. Give some good angst, and I can see Kareth just getting roped into listening to him complain and vent. Yeah. Kareth among other people. Like, when I can imagine him being stuck at home, in the Unit 46 compound block, and just that being stuck, being deposited in the common room downstairs, and it just, there's nothing to do except really chat with Dari and Erna and be like, this is so frustrating! Maybe the real Gigabrain play would be to list Kareth's weight with no clarification on the profile as to why she's relatively light, to bait an engagement from people who notice discrepancies. Maybe. Like, that might work a little bit. Maybe. But I don't know how I feel about that. I don't feel like I'm a rage bait kind of a gal. I don't like giving people rage bait as a marketing tool. Like, if people rage, that's kind of their own thing, I guess. But nah, I generally prefer to not use anger as my primary source of, hey, pay attention to me. I think there are healthier ways of existing than that. So one thing I'm noticing with how this tale is being drawn is that it's very, very, very clearly designed with cosplay in mind. Why? Because there is a distinct knee and calf. So this is, as it's drawn here, would be 100% perfect for if you were actually doing a silicone tail mold or a fabric tail with custom printed fabric, custom printed neoprene, or scuba. It would 100% work for that. I made a doodle species and I like drawing the females bigger. There's not much of a difference between the males and females aside from height, color, and other differences because of the recessive genes. Ah, yeah. Oh, guys, we forgot to hydrate. I forgot to hydrate. Whoopsie, whoopsie. This just in, Rhea against rage bait. What shall we discover next? Ah, who knows? Find out next week. Dun dun dun. I don't think it's rage baiting as much as nitpick baiting, but I get you. I have a gremlin inside that sometimes can't help but come up with ways to lightly troll. Lightly. Yeah, I get it. Like, a harmless prank every now and again can be fun, but I don't like to intentionally put misinformation out there. If it's not something that I know is absolutely going to be clarified in the same breath, maybe within the same post, right? So like something like explaining stuff that we're doing now in development, that is always asterisk in development conversation. Those details are so subject to change. But things more factual in nature, I prefer to play it safer. Okay. We don't see it, but I think this guy needs a dorsal fin. We don't see one, but he's definitely in need of a dorsal fin. Now the question is, how far back do I want to put it? I don't want to put it necessarily on the human torso. Let's put it basically from where the human tailbone would be. I think that makes sense. Looking at this guy has me thinking, when you teach a man to fish, he eats for a lifetime. But what happens when you teach a fish to man? Well, that is the question now, ain't it? I don't know, he probably gets a really tall baseball cap. That makes no sense to other people. He starts dating a suspiciously light frost giantess. Yeah. Yeah, let's roll with that. Just for I'm grabbing my favorite meme and putting it in the server. But is he a man fishing or a fish manning? And does fish man cook? That is a good question. He can cook. He never really had to while he was living in the ocean because fire doesn't work that well down there. I feel like he would make a mean sushi. He would indeed. He would absolutely. He is very good with a knife. I dare say that he is very, very good with a knife. If you eat sushi as a cannibal, no. No, 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 no. Surprise, surprise. A lot of fish that look very similar are so genetically different from each other that it's basically like comparing a human and a tree. So, a fish who eats another fish is not cannibalizing. And to answer, Keith, your question about what species is this merman, I'm not going to give us an actual species name, but I'm going to classify him as a Mer are classified technically as Taurians, which would count as Hue Plus. Wait, does Mer count as a Taurian or does it count as a shifter? It depends on the individual species. It depends. I think this would be a Taurian type. The whole fish aren't real tidbit? Well, the whole fish aren't real tidbit is a whole separate question, but like just the fact that scales are convenient when you're underwater, and being generally torpedo shaped when you're underwater is convenient, so it makes sense for various genetic branches to develop the same things independently. Reminds me of a bit in an anime where the main team is trying to haze a new freshman recruit by bringing him into a sushi place. His response is, "What do you think fish in the ocean eat?" Yeah! Yeah, what do you think fish in the ocean eat, huh? That is a category. There's surprisingly not any one qualification that all fish apply to genetically or something. Yeah, I read about something. I saw a title about something like that earlier, like a couple of weeks back, but I didn't open it up. I didn't open it up to read it and validate that information, so yeah. Okay, so now I am gonna just sharpen up the fluke a little bit because I don't necessarily think this outward sweep on the fluke is gonna be helpful. I saw it a while ago, I don't remember it completely. Yeah, that's the thing. I've just been half sipping on my coffee, forgetting to reset my hydrate timer. Oh man. Okay, the cold coffee is gone. New hydrate timer. There we go. The idea that merfolk don't eat fish has always made no sense to me. What do you think they'd eat? Only kelp? At their size? Yeah, like, do you know how many sardines a dolphin eats in a day? A merfolk would have something somewhat equivalent, I'd assume. It also brings the teeth argument into question, as well as the hand shape argument into question. There are a lot of things that if you are designing a species for a specific task, you need to take those factors environmentally of what does the lifestyle look like very thoroughly into account while you're doing your design, your species design, because a animalistic society of merfolk who don't have sharp teeth and claws for catching the fish is not gonna work. Not sure what that means yet, but I'm only asking because I want to know if the dorsal fin will look like a shark's or other kinds of fish. Based on the fact that we've got what looks like a set of fins that have spines in them. This looks like it is a different kind of fin arrangement from what one would expect from a shark. Like, in the same universe, I have a separate species of mer that is more marine mammal based in terms of fin shape. So, the same sort of thing can, once again, develop independently in multiple instances. So, as far as I'm concerned, on the topic of what species group they're in, I'd say the same group as aspen, because according to the Catholic Church, fish aren't meat, so they must be plants. Oh, wow. I will not comment on that. I will not comment on that. Toaster, hello, hello. Get loved, movable statue. Movable statue? Hey, what? What? Fish are friends and friends are food. Oh, my word, bread. No! Like, I know sometimes your friends are very nominal, but, you want to still be able to say hi to them after. That's how I run most of my arguments. I don't know how to respond to that. And there's a difference between not knowing how to respond to that and deciding very specifically not to. The Aviator Sentinel. Welcome, welcome. How are you doing, Toaster? Because you could respond to certain things and then just decide, I choose to not take the path of conflict. To be afraid, bread is food. So if he's your friend, friend is food. This is good argument. Whether you actually eat your friends, however, that is the thing. Fish are neither friend or food, they're enemy. Gasp! Gasp! I'm doing decently well? Yay, that's good, that's good. What would Bob Ross say? That also a way to consider things. I feel like I've been very, very, very slow with this. We've been yapping a lot. And I've been trying to just generally figure out what I'm doing with this pose and digest design details. But yeah, we've been yapping a lot. It's so much fun. Okay, but now let's see. Completely throw someone off because what would he actually say? He's too wholesome to insult. Yeah. It's actually a really good point. It's not being distracted, you're just in the stage of OC design where you have to rotate them in your head, like our microwave. You were mentioning that earlier on Blue Sky. Yeah, it's exactly that. I am doing the mental microwaving. You've gotten pretty far in a relatively short time. Good progress. We've been going now for work time on the canvas 28 minutes, stream time 1 hour 24 minutes. It sounds like nonsense, but when you get to thinking about it that stage, it explains what you do exactly. It does rather, because you're trying to just internalize information and make it your own, right? You're contemplating it. I can see your model calculating what to say to Bob Ross. I can't remember what we were going to say to Bob Ross to try as to what was the argument again? What was the argument again? I'm stupid, I forgot. Forgetful burp moment has struck again. Let's not go back, shall we? If it was worth forgetting, let's not revisit it. I don't like arguing with people and insulting people. It doesn't suit. It doesn't fit. And I don't like it. I don't like it. Like, unless I'm writing people, and I'm trying to throw burns from someone else's POV, it's like, no, I just, no, I don't like this. I don't like doing this. I think we scrambled the verb. Yeah. You scrambled the verb. You scrambled the good and proper. Oh, man. Okay. Wait, let me just, okay, so let me just pull this up so that I can think. Okay, so this is the TOS. Just so that we've got an understanding of what's going on. Time to recalibrate. Yes. At least we didn't have to use the javelin this time. Ah! If lobsters have an exoskeleton, scorpions have an exoskeleton, the scorpions also need butter when cooked. Everything tastes better when cooked in butter. So, yes. Butter is a wonderful ingredient. Cook everything in butter. Butter is great. Okay, so. Scorpions are land lobsters, lobsters are sea scorpions. That makes sense. That makes sense. Okay. So I can make adjustments, because I think some minor adjustments are definitely going to be necessary. I love the long hair, but I am not sure about how this braid is shaped. Would lobsters just be land crayfish? Do you get land lobsters, though? All of the lobsters I know are aquatic. Scorpions, I mean. Yeah. Lobsters can't be sea scorpions, they don't have a stinger. No, crayfish are swamp scorpions. Oh no. Oh boy. Okay. Let's do this. I want to go into sketchy mode. Where's my black? Over there is black. Okay. Hey! Fly, get out. Flap. Let's start with this. So if alligators are swamp puppies, then what are glacial puppies? Leopard seals? By that logic? Rahazik, welcome in, welcome in. Seals checks out, yeah. Harpy seals, I've not... That's one I have not actually heard of. I have, been slacking in terms of my references of creatures lately. Harpy seals are the fluffy white seals. Oh, is that what they're called? Is that what they're called? Oh my word. I've been missing that piece of information. I've just been seeing pictures of these super fluffy, adorable seals, but I've never actually seen the name of them. Oh, I was thinking of harp seals, and I was imagining a mythological harpy crossed with a seal. Oh dear. Harp seals. Okay. Aren't they only fluffy as juveniles? Oh. They're the big ones that are known for eating penguins. I'm pretty sure a lot of seals eat penguins, actually. Like, if they're not eating fish, they're eating penguins. Harp seals and leopard seals, I think. Fluffy white when juvenile, then they grow up to be smooth and grey. Ah. Would a harpy seal be bird legs and a seal body, or a bird body with seal legs? That would be interesting, considering that a seal's legs are their fluke. I like the idea of bird wings and seal tail with like little grabby talons too, so they can hunt air or sea. Yeah, that's cute. Like, basically just take a seal and replace the front flippers with wings. With these tiny little wing claws. Choo choo. That would be cute. That would be really cute. And then twice as clumsy on that. Yep. Yep. Fun fact, some snakes can have 2 sets of teeth. Before their teeth fall out, they have an additional set of fangs. Ah, yeah. I've heard about that as well. I threw a recent video about the harp seal onto the Discord for later. Thank you! Thank you. Have you heard of baby seal? If you haven't, they do not sound like you'd think, and they're hilarious. I think I've heard a video with a baby seal like once, but it was years ago. It was years ago. Remember, the chances of getting exploded by a sea mine in a forest is low, but never zero. You know what? Honestly, fair. Like, the list of impossible things is only considered impossible because they have not happened yet. Until it has happened, we call it impossible. But, how do you know that someone doesn't transport a sea mine on a road through the forest and then the sea mine goes off randomly? It's possible. There's a video of these dudes rolling an old sea mine down a hill. Why would you do that? Why would you do that? That is like #1 way for it to blow up. A sea mine is supposed to go off at the slightest disturbance on contact. It was old, it's fine. To be fair, it is a ball. It's just a ball of death. It's just a death ball. Nothing is impossible. It may just have an impossibly low probability of happening. Yeah. Infinitely improbable, as it were. Douglas Adams was once again onto something. So cats most of the time, but everyone loves them. Yeah, also valid argument, valid argument. Cats are hypnotists. They allegedly have that virus that makes you love them. What's that adorable little stoat that hypnotizes the bunnies? Which stoat is that? It bounces around and hypnotizes the bunnies. I'm pretty sure it's a stoat. I'll feel bad if I'm misremembering, but it's not impossible. Once again, it's been years! You know what I think my problem is? That I'm trying to do an illustration type thing when I should be actually doing exploratory sketches. I think that's what my issue here is. I should first kind of just be figuring everything out, not... All I'm coming up with is the stoat. No variation, just stoat. Huh. Okay. So, it... Are they not subspecies of stoat? Are they all just weasels? Are stoats just a specific species of weasel? I went in for a checkup on today. My doctor told me, "Sir, I'm afraid," then proceeded to cry out for random fear. Oh my word. Toaster! It also says stoats are also known as the short-tailed weasel. I mean, okay, so a stoat is actually a subspecies on its own. Why did I think it was a whole family on its lonesome? Like meerkats. Wild. Wild, wild, wild. Okay, anyway. Clearly I was mistaken. Just been a while. Yeah. Okay, so... I'm gonna open a fresh canvas because I think I need to be doing something else. Also, another fun fact, snow leopards carry their tail like a safety blanket. Oh, that's cute. That is cute. I've seen pictures of a snow leopard just kind of gripping its tail in its teeth, looking very adorable and lost and confused. All the cats are adorable. Yes, yes, this is the truth. This is the truth. I just looked back over this shoulder to see Chaos asleep on the chair next to me. And yes, yep. I have living proof right next to me. All of the cats are adorable. They are all adorable. Yeah, Chaos now. We're talking about you. See, everyone loves stiff balls. Stiff balls, fur balls. Fluffy balls full of claws. I'm allergic, so that doesn't preclude you from liking things. Only the small ones are cute when they attack you. Well... Once again, that's a matter of perspective. Once again, that is a matter of perspective. Like... Could be mauled by a cougar and still appreciate its style? Mm-mm. It doesn't, but once my allergies are tripped, I don't like anything. Oh no. That's sad. Unforeseen fact, a Rottweiler can lift up to 25 to 35 pounds with their jaw. Source, a dog was using a dumbbell as its favorite toy. Oh my word. Ah, that makes sense. That makes sense. So what I'm doing now is I'm going into more exploratory character style sketches to try and get a sense of personality. Which will then impact how exactly I stylize periphery. Be careful when that dog comes and drops his favorite toy at your feet. Or on your feet. I need better emotes on this site. The default ones are so weird. Yeah. You can go to the... there are pages on the emote wheel where you can get like normal Android style emotes as well. Otherwise, we need to get to monetization so that we can start using Harrier emotes. We'll get there. We'll get there. You YouTube, pay this burb! We'll get there, guys, we'll get there. I've switched to my PC, so no normal emotes right now. I've used them in the second pages on the PC already. Granted, like, I only watch YouTube on PC, so it's like... I have used normal emotes on PC already. Like, I have legit used normal Android-style emotes on PC. If you check your emotes tab, there should be an option. Yeah, you should have a search bar. Yeah. A man threw a rock at a seal. The locals proceeded to kick his ass and was named the ambassador of Allah. You know what? Fair. Fair. That's what you get for throwing rocks at seals. You get a thorough beating. Yes, welcome, Zany, to the YouTube emote users. Safety section where we can find emotes that actually make sense to human people. And human adjacent people. Human asterisk enough-ish. Okay, I might need to adjust this hairstyle a bit because... This is a lot. A plane flies fast. Yes, it does. Yes, it does. Otherwise, like a bicycle, it falls flat. Okay. I am going to adjust the flow of this hairstyle a bit. And that's the hydrates. Everyone, acquire your nearest safer consumption beverages, and let's take a sip. And that's my water gone too, so at the next hydrate I'm gonna need to quickly stand up and acquire more hydration. Oopsie. There we go, next timer set. Okay. So currently, I think my beef with this haircut in terms of drawing it is that I'm getting the dead anime mom look, and that is bugging me. I do not want to give this guy that death flag. necessarily. I'm feeling bad about giving that vibe straight off the bat, so I'm going to just tighten. He's got to live, yes. You have an actual IRL baking timer doing the hydrate reminders. Yes, I do. It is an adorable little fox-shaped timer. Yes. The cursed side braid, yes. Give him the flag, never trip it. No! I love it, yeah. You have a titan of a task before you now, Harrier. What, giving him the death flag and not letting him let it loose? No, I want to... It isn't actually a death flag unless you're also a mom. Still, it's like, it's just one of those things that, like, okay, everyone is going to be waiting for tragedy as soon as you give a character that haircut. Like, every single time. Like, it's like, you give a character that haircut, everyone is just waiting for, okay, when is this one going to get stabbed and how much am I going to cry? Wait, if he's a dad, then does he die or does he get isekai? Technically, everyone in Mystehaven, except for the fairy people like Locke and Claret and Rex, and are actually all isekai'd. They're all isekai'd. Harrier is isekai'd, Kareth is isekai'd, Ebony is isekai'd, Lamil is isekai'd, Brock is isekai'd. They're all isekai'd. It's literally just the fairy folk that are not. The fairy folk are the natives of this world. Crazy, crazy, crazy. They're also usually brunettes, I think. Either brunettes or black-haired. This is giving me an idea for a very dumb joke. Ew. Isekai is less troublesome than my life. Oh dear. Like... let me just think real quick. Waiting for the spin-off where they will get reverse isekai into a regular world? That's gonna be DLC. If we ever get to the point where we can have DLC, then that's gonna be DLC. Mine is just my creator opens a dimensional doorway. There is no seam to stir. Gasp. Honestly, reverse isekai isn't done enough. Yeah, I think the reason for that is that the how do electric doors work and how to operate a toaster only survives so long in terms of the longevity of the writing. So unless there is enough other stuff going on in the plot, a reverse isekai is tough. Like, it's technically not an isekai, but I think Noblesse actually carries that across pretty well, because you get the sense of an isekai because the main character comes through through what essentially has the same experience as a time warp. But there is enough other stuff going on in the world build to get over the fact that, okay, you got OPMC in a quote-unquote regular people world. My idea is that the only native species of my world build are the fairies. Everyone else are either isekai or descended from isekai folks. Yeah. Like, legitimately, the entire world universe build that Mystehaven is built around and forms a part of is very firmly based on this, on a recurring theme of people getting isekai from one kind of world to another kind of world to another kind of world all the time. So it's literally a foundational thing. Like, even technically, the natives of any given world were originally isekai from somewhere else. Even if they've been there for like 3,000 or 4,000 years, they were originally isekai from somewhere else. Let's see. If my characters isekai themselves into Mystehaven, you're gonna have the misfortune of dealing with 2 world eaters. Oh dear. I went from commanding an army of orcs to becoming a bank clock. Oh no, that's a downgrade. I haven't watched it, but there was Gate, the semi-sort of isekai where the main characters form a normal world bearing guns to a fantasy fight. I have watched a bit of Gate. I haven't finished it, but it was, I think, a year or 2 before the pandemic hit. I was watching Gate on a work trip. I almost finished it. I still haven't gotten to finishing it, but I got more than halfway through. I'd say the thing to do is isekai further, take fantasy character and put them in a cyberpunk setting, but that's just Shadowrun. Gate is literally the same idea we're talking about. Yeah. Repeated isekai reminds me of Tsubasa Reservoir Chronicle. Gate, Japanese Stargate. Ah, okay. Okay. Yeah. Let's just put it this way. Isekai as a concept has been around for a while, and it is going to continue to be around for a while, and the flavor is just going to change as the years go by, honestly. I haven't watched Stargate. Yeah, neither have I. I can't speak for something that I have not seen. Okay, so I think what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna cheat them and give him a half updo. Literally, no one else has the half updo. I'm gonna give him the half updo. A straight hair half updo, that's what I'm gonna give him. Bring the coral motif in here. On a hair piece. But give him the half updo. How I'll actually build and rig that later is to be seen. But that's future me's problem. It's good. It's also a classic image of nerd culture. Do you know of Cardcaptor Sakura? Tsubasa Reservoir Chronicle uses some of the same characters, except it's completely different canon. I watched Gate all the way through, and I'm excited for the sequel spin-off coming soon. Ooh! The history of that fantasy world is all the races came from the Gate over many, many years. Ooh, okay, that's interesting. I didn't know that Gate had a spin-off or sequel coming. That's cool. That's really cool. I do know of Cardcaptor Sakura. I have not heard of Tsubasa Reservoir before. This is all stuff that needs to go into a list of, once again, the ever-expanding to-start list. Space Jam is an isekai? Space Jam, that is the... whatchamacallit? I feel like the entire Western animation world was in on this, but it was, yes, that was an isekai. Yeah. The Navy will get to play with the Gate this time. Ooh, fancy. Michael Jordan and the Looney Tunes playing basketball. Ah, yes, yes. Like, basketball is not really a big spectator sport around here, so it's like I don't know the basketball crowd, but I knew it was a big sports thing. And I couldn't remember the name of Looney Tunes for love nor money. A second ago. I knew it was something that I ought to know this. I ought to know this, but I couldn't remember it for the love of anything. I couldn't remember the name. I forget sometimes that movies like Space Jam weren't as ubiquitous as I imagine. My Little Pony Equestria Girls is a reverse isekai. That's a... Okay, I did not know that that was a thing either. I've never been a sports fan myself, but it was Looney Tunes. Let's just say that I've not really been in on the Western movie scene for a while. I've not been in on any of the movie scenes for a while. Anyway, yeah. Space Jam was a big one in my childhood. Ooh. Original Space Jam was just Chef's Kiss. Ah. We ignore the second one. That's generally how it goes. Someone does something amazing, story-wise, 30 years ago, and then modern filmmakers try and do the same thing with simpler, cheesier writing, and it doesn't work. Michael Jordan kissed Bugs Bunny canonically. I am wrapping my brain around that. You know what? In all fairness, I think a lot of guys have been kissed by bugs. It sounds worse out of context. Yeah, you broke the verb again. Yeah, this is the second time tonight. Like, just... I am so lost. I do not think that I will be seeing that movie in a hurry, because I don't think I'll be seeing any movies in a hurry, but, like, just... Huh? I imagine that there was some writerly context behind that, but it's like... This makes... I have not had enough coffee for this. Rebooting burp. Please stand by. Throws cookie at head. I will catch that cookie, thank you. No. Nom 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 nom. Oy, oy, oy. I have not had enough coffee for this. Also, I'm overheating. Blast this messed up thermostat in my body. I can feel that as soon as I take this jacket off, I am going to freeze in my bones, but at the moment, I am melting. It's just a gag that happens. It's not serious. It's Looney Tunes. Everything is a gag. I think that's one of the reasons why I kind of didn't pay much attention to it. Is I have a very, 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 very small battery for energy for watching anything that is written specifically to be a comedy. And Looney Tunes, by definition, is written specifically to be a comedy. So I've got very limited patience for the franchise in general. That reminds me, do we have any information on the upcoming Looney Tunes movie? I'm not the correct source of information for that. That's for sure. Would Back to the Future count as an isekai, or does it have to be a literal different world, not just another time? Back to the Future would counter as a regressor plot. Regressor / time traveler plot. No. Definitely not a regressor plot. It would be... Actually, it could kind of technically count as a regressor plot. It could technically count as a regressor plot. More so than an isekai plot. It depends. Did you hear Coyote is taking Acme to court? Yes. Cartoon Coyote versus John Cena in court of law. Who will win? Oh my. I have heard of that one. I have no idea about any of the information regarding it specifically. This is a legitimate question, which makes it funnier. This is true. Like, the who will win is kind of the entire plot of the story by the sounds of it, so... I don't think it counts as a regressor. I think it'd be a reset of his own timeline, not traveling to a different time that MC was never in beforehand. Yeah, that's why I was in two minds about whether it was regressor or not. What was it? Every now and again, I keep thinking back to this one theoretical physics documentary that my brother showed me a couple of years ago called Imagining the 10th Dimension, which very interestingly has a wonderful way of explaining in a way that makes physics sense how time travel of 3 different kinds would work. 3 totally different kinds of time travel would work in the same theoretical physics video. I think it's actually kind of cool that that is a thing. I think it was 3 Lost. What are 5 through 9? Go watch the video. There's an 11-minute version. There's an 11-minute version, which is totally worth watching. The extended version, I can't sell what was added because it just works so much. It's like 20 minutes. But the 11-minute one is really actually very comprehensive as well. But basically, the 10th dimension is a point of all existence. All timelines in all rule sets with all probabilities. For all potential changes and adjustments, basically. But it makes a lot of sense in how the guy actually explains it. Imagining the 10th dimension. It's actually really, really an interesting one. Worth the 11 minutes. It's old now, but like, as far as I know, still kind of interesting and relevant. They asked me if I have a degree in theoretical physics. I told them I have a theoretical degree in physics. I'm now in charge of a solar power plant. That can't go wrong at all. Oh dear. Fun fact, that's a direct thing that happens in Fallout New Vegas. Oh boy. That sounds like, plot. That sounds like plot right there. Now I've got to check that out. I'm only familiar with the fourth, and no, it's not time, because when people say fourth dimension, they're usually talking about spatial dimensions. Yeah, it's definitely worth checking out. Go. It sounds like someone is about to either get fired or promoted. There is no in between. Yes, I love the current sketches that's happening. I am glad. I'm glad you could figure out where this is going. I'm glad you could figure out this is where this is going. I saw the face, thought, wait, is who? Went to get some iced tea, came back, and yep, it is. Yeah, this is gonna be the Princess Carry. The Princess Carry was always gonna happen. The Princess Carry was always gonna happen. There was no two ways about that. The Princess Carry, so iconic as it is amazing. Yeah, it's you can't escape the Princess Carry. It's like it's just an unescapable staple. And I can't decide if the fact that the size difference makes it more or less hilarious. Oh. I had Kerith with a half up to 2. Oh, that won't work. Unless it kind of becomes like a couple hairstyle. That could work. Animal fact, cheetahs meow. I know that! I knew cheetahs meow, they're so cute. Cheetahs get bullied in the wild, and then captivity they need emotional support dogs to help their anxiety. Yeah, that is true. That is true. Like... truly the small fry of the big cats that don't even see humans as potential prey. Yeah. They also can't roar. But they can purr. The structures in their larynxes that prevent them from being able to roar are also the ones that allow them to purr. So technically, they're not the smallest of the big cats, but they're the biggest of the small cats. Cheetahs are technically not big cats, exactly. That feels like it describes them better, the biggest animal with small cat energy, yeah. Yeah, no, cheetahs are legitimately the biggest of the small cats. I think. If they're not, I don't know what is. Yeah. Like... The small cat energy of a cheetah is undeniable. An incorrect fact. A litter of kittens sleeping on top of each other is called a cuddle puddle. Oh, that's adorable. Incorrect but adorable. Also, that was a hydrate, and I need to go and get more hydrates because mine is now finished. But yeah. Okay. I will be back momentarily, and then we shall continue. Okay. correct fact. A group of ferrets is called a business. Ah, that's really cute. I love that. I love that. Okay, I'm gonna just quickly go and get top-ups on drinks, and then I shall return. And with my return, we will look at further views and information on this guy while we try and figure out how we draw him. Coolio. See you in a moment. Slime cow! I'm still figuring out how to get Gerard into Mystehaven. Like, this slime cow has to be in Mystehaven somehow. I don't know how yet. I'm still figuring it out. Our slime cow is an absolute cinnamon roll, and I want to include him somehow or another. Just, I need to find a way to include Gerard. I have to. Mists! Isekai that slime cow. Yes, we must isekai this particular slime cow. He's a precious bean. I mean, just look at that. He's adorable. Now we just need to figure out, how we can include him in a way that makes it plot sense. So I'm still working on that bit. Are you open to hearing ideas for Howie? Yes, I am. Please put that in the Discord, because I'm scared that I will lose it in chat. For now. Until such time as I'm able to actually engage with you guys while I am out getting drinks, which I'm going to stand up to go and do momentarily. As in now. As in this very second. Okay, I'm going now. For real this time. Okay. Okay, I am back. Okay, I am back. Hello, Chaos Mail. Okay. Whew. Okay. And reseat. And arrange myself in the chair. There we go. And back here. Okay. Now, we continue. So, what is interesting is that we have this weapon, which currently looks like the hilt is supposed to wrap around a little bit. But given that angle, that's not exactly enough space for that to actually go around the torso and hip to hook on as pictured necessarily. So there would need to be a little bit of extra space on that detail. What we can figure is in my defense, I was left unsupervised. Oh yeah, that is a quote that is that is a quote that is definitely for keeping. Words I live by. Yes, like it. I have no idea who said it, who coined it, but whoever was responsible for writing it, that person knew what they were doing. Words I emulate daily. Oh no. Oh dear. I'm innocent. Like, usually that line is the precursor to someone discovering that something went horribly wrong, if in my understanding. Okay. So now what we need to do is figure out on a level from ignorable to... On a level from ignorable to... someone is gonna raise an eyebrow. We need to decide. How much modesty are we gonna give this guy? I think that's an important question to ask. Because not even Tarn gets away with going around Sans outfit. Okay. We have Fish. Fish currently is wearing nothing except a gauntlet and a weapon. Reality check. Fish is currently wearing nothing except a gauntlet and a weapon. Are we going to leave him like that? When he is a resident of a communal building? Or is someone gonna tell him to put a shirt on? Maybe a skirt at least. Yeah, that's the question. Like, he doesn't have anything that by human standards would be immodest. Yeah, I'd be lying if part of me didn't say he's fine. Yeah, yeah. Like, nothing is showing that would raise alarm bells. But if I used that same logic, then Tarn wouldn't need shorts either. Because also his anatomy is such that you wouldn't see anything either. Because he's also got that going on. What's he gonna do? Cover his dorsal fin? Gasp. Gasp. Like, I'd say... Let's just think about this. Let's just think about this. Why did I decide to make this happen in autumn? Why did I decide to make plot happen in autumn? Okay. Reality check. Oceans. He comes from the sea. His planet is mostly covered by water, even though there are patches of land with fairly primordial type plants on them. Because otherwise entire ecosystems fall over with gaseous exchange and bloody fish paste, all that jazz. Sure, algae does its thing too, but, change of plans, springtime, cherry blossoms. Now, I'm just trying to think in terms of, environment, water temperatures, what his usual depth of residence is. Like... His scales are pretty dark. Convenient small patches of land to half lay on sideways for photo ops like your classic mermaid. Yeah. Knowing that those rocks would probably be volcanic or possibly coral and therefore sharp. Ow. It's either hot or it's sharp, one of the two. I was thinking it's pretty dark, so I'd assume deep water. Yeah. Like, his skin is pale, which assumes deep water as well, but at the same time, he's also got a fairly human build. So if he's a deep water creature and he suddenly appears on land, we don't want him to blobfish. If you know what I mean. We don't want him to blobfish. Which means that we are looking at a relatively superficial light depth, potentially looking at night hunts where prey comes to the surface to feed, so larger fish come from deeper waters to the surface to feed. I think that's probably closer to the mark here, because otherwise the human ribcage will collapse. And I don't want to give him the bends as like a first introduction to life at the surface. That would be uncomfortable. And would not help his case with Kareth. I don't want to give him the bends, so I think if he's from relatively shallow waters but still pale, then wouldn't that make him a nocturnal hiding below cover during daylight hours? Yeah, I think so. I think so. Like, there are places like coastal cave systems and such where you get some tidal protection from like being washed up and thrown in what is essentially a washing machine of rocks being chucked about, grinding against walls and generally being unsafe. So those sorts of tidal havens undercover would probably be where these people would probably excavate some sort of abodes. I mean, if he's prideful and vain, it would be really funny if their first meeting was Kareth coming across him ignobly having the bends. It would be funny. I will be honest, my idea of how he arrives is basically Fish is minding his own business, doing his usual fish things, just fishing about, you know. Spontaneously gets dumped in the middle of a marsh on a mountain slope. And he is stuck there for hours. Like, he's obviously able to identify, water is generally down from land, so I should go down, but that's not easy when you are built like that. So he's probably been struggling to get downhill for hours by the time anyone finds him. Can he breathe both water and air? Yes, he can. And if so, that limply flopping up onto coasts to gobble like crabs or something at twilight. Like, I don't doubt that crustaceans do definitely form part of the merfolk diet. Because if he can already breathe air, there should be a practical reason in his own habitat. There is a practical reason. Okay, this is deep lore for literally the entire Mystehaven Mystehaven universe. I don't know if I've ever said this on stream before, but the universe is called the Skyther universe. That's what I have the umbrella universe for. A whole bunch of my different world builds and stories fall under this. But basically, if it is a sentient, sapient person of a life form in this universe and world build, if it is a person, technically it is a human. Okay? And I will explain this down. If it is a person, it is genetically, by root, human. But magic system isekais people all over the show, and where there is magic, magic adapts people to the environment in which they find themselves, right? And I am skipping so many parts of this because I want to keep some deep lore stuff to myself at this point, right? But basically, magic adapts people to the environments in which the magic isekais the people to. Which means that if it is a person that gets isekai'd from one world to another and encounters another type of person, those people can interact. And after generations, you end up back with a base normal human. So air breathing could be a vestigial trait of sorts? Very much, yeah. And a lot of different human subspecies, what I'm going to call, actually end up having traits which allow them to shift between forms as well. So, like, the entire shifter class of species, which includes some dragons as well, the entire shifter class of species has, for practicality purposes, the ability to shift between a human form and their feral form. Whereas other subspecies, what would be classified in the Mystehaven world build as the Hue Plus species of the quote-unquote beast folk variety, would have no shifting capabilities, but they've got enough human traits and enough adapted traits to have functional adaptations for whatever environment it is that they exist in. So Taurian species, which would be things like your centaurs, etc., driders as well, naga, all of those sorts of things, they have duplicate organ sets which act as contingencies. So you got 2 stomachs, 2 sets of lungs, 2 hearts. If you get pierced in one, you've got a second one doing its thing while you heal. Those are useful adaptations, right? And that is a thing that has been a standard thought process in, okay, how the entire Skyther world build has been put together. So you have a lot of adaptability and a lot of variation, but basically boil things down and you end up back with normal humans. Take magic out of the world and eventually all of these super specialized subspecies de-adapt back down to base humans as well. It's a thing that can happen too. And if magic disappears way too quickly, and you try and use your species perk, and you don't have the internal magic to be able to deal with that, then you start trading your sanity for your survival instinct, and then you monsterize, basically. You thought of everything? I have been working on this world build for almost 20 years. It's kind of scary. Like, I didn't realize I'd been working on it for almost 20 years, but I've been working on this for at least 15 years. Like, this world build has been with me for a while. I have been thinking of all of the variations and permutations of how would this work? And how do I make sense of this? Almost 20, yeah, at least 15. I think I got the first inklings of this. First inklings of this was around about... I'm trying to think of a date now. Because I might have just lied to you because I'm stupid with numbers in terms of how many years. 2012-ish? 2012-ish was when I first started working on a thing that would eventually become the Skyseed world build. I think, roughly. This has been with me for a while. This has been with me for a while. I'm not surprised. I've got a setting and series of stories that I've originally started coming up with along with a friend almost 20 years ago. Yeah, it's a thing. It's a thing. Like, as creatives, we all have that pet project type thing. That's roughly 14 years. Yeah, roughly 14. Yeah, that makes more sense. 20 felt like too long. Close enough to 15. I messed up on the numbers. More like 10 to 12. Yeah. Like, we all have that long-term project that just feels like this is the home project, right? And like, even if you are dealing with a lot of subplots and stories and ideas within that, once you've got the deep lore for how a universe works, it's really fun to mess around with different stories within that deep lore. And yeah, sure, sometimes you're going to need to rewrite the original one like 15 times. Before you find something that's like, oh, this is an actual usable story. But when it happens, come on, it ends up being awesome. Yeah, world waiters are probably a combination of 10 to 20 years for me, depending on how you cut it. Yeah. Once you can sit someone down and explain cosmology in depth and how the universe and physics work or don't work, then you have the home project. Yes. Like, this is the stuff that homebrew D&D world builders feast off of. This is like... It's the deep lore. Mine is more of a superhero-style story, influenced by a combination of Western superheroes and anime, and it started from streetish level superheroes and went eventually up to cosmic forces. Ooh. And into a gateway into a canonical reboot. Ooh. Yeah. Like, that's just the thing. Like, the exact setting is something that can be as various and varied as anything under the sun, but when you have your deep lore as a creator, that's like, this is like, quote unquote, my world build that I like to work within, and come up with things for. Yes, you can come up with a completely new universe and rule set for a completely new project, but somewhere in the back of your brain you think, oh, this would work perfectly with this rule set in my old world build, and it's like, how do I keep it out? How do I keep it out? That's the thing. I only started working on lore and world build stuff after I learned that VTubers were, so roughly 5 years at this point. It's been a very slow and inconsistent process, but it's fun. Yeah. Still working on the deep stuff. No, that's fair. Like, sometimes you don't need deep lore for a certain type of project. Like, honestly, sometimes you honestly really don't if you're like writing a one-shot type thing. But when you have plans for something more expansive, or things where the scale is just big, or you want to make it playable as a TTRPG, then having deep lore is really helpful. I'm not as much of a world builder as a character and moment builder, though. Fantasy, I think, tends to lean towards building an entire new world. It depends. It depends on the type of thing, honestly. Like, superheroes usually start with, it's 95% our world, except at some point, superpowers. Yeah. Like, that's when I have to come back to the story for these guys that I drew for Sky Huntress earlier today, which are also technically a superhero story. Okay, these guys come from what is technically a superhero story as well. It is, if I had to give you the original elevator pitch for it, miraculous with a plot. And except that all of the superheroes have mythical creature superpowers, and you are limited to 6 at any one given point in time. That was the elevator pitch for the world build, but it takes place in Sky Huntress's overarching colorverse world build, which includes Indigo as well, and some other things. But in a nutshell, there is a deep lore to the world build as well. And technically, this superhero story takes place on one planet in this deep world build thing, and it's kind of like, it tickles all of my boxes of, this is obviously not Earth, and it tickles all of the urban fantasy vibes while still having that this is definitely an original planet type thing. I've heard things about Miraculous, but in the effort of staying more positive, I'll leave it at that. Yeah, I watched season 1 of Miraculous when it came out. And I will leave it at that. Basically, I think what happened was I saw a fan art, I looked at it, watched a couple of episodes and realized, hold up, this looks like Shift and Ethera. Proceeded to draw Shift and Ethera in Ladybug and Chat Noir's outfit, sent that to Sky Huntress, and then with a little mini comic that sparked question marks of, okay, who are these people in this crossover? And then the show got watched on that side, and then Shadow Song happened as a response. That is literally the story of how this entire thing came to be, and now there are 3 books. Yeah. That's entirely my fault. I keep doing crossovers with Indigo, and it keeps leading to things. But it's fun. I love the colorverse. I want to do another reread of Shadow Song soon. It's been a while. I think it's been like 2 years since I last did a reread. It's sad. Because I know I did a reread of Indigo not too long ago, but Shadow Song needs a reread again. You gotta love it when you look at someone else's project and think, oh, I caused that by complete accident. Whoops. Yeah. But it was fun. And it's original. Like, it's so many good original ideas come from a conversation that happened completely by accident. Like, let's just be real. The entire debacle of Ebony's glow up happened by accident. And his involvement in Mystehaven happened entirely by accident. What else was completely by accident? What else? In the immediate sphere of Project Mystehaven that you guys actually know about. I will say that the entire plot point of Harrier having lost her memories was a direct result of me rebranding away from my previous online identity. That was an immediate thing. I just did not want to think about that anymore at that point in time. But it ended up working too well. It ended up working too well and being way too fitting. So that was sort of planned, but it ended up just being like perfect. Claret and now Duin as well. Their entire existences are entirely your guys' fault. Looks at the entire mood board I'm working on for Callie, you know, just, I know the feeling of stuff just kind of happening in their characters and existences crawling their way into existence despite your best efforts. Yeah. You're welcome. Yep. I appreciate it a lot. You have literally saved me days of my life by acquiring Dewin this day. Literally. You literally probably saved Kerith's entire route from being cut because I did not know what I was going to do with her 2 days ago. I was very, very close from actually cutting her. From being part of a playable roster. Your miraculous thing reminds me, multiple story concepts of mine have legit been inspired by a game or show that I know about, but I hadn't actually watched or played. Oh, wow. Ironically, I think that helps because I don't know enough to be able to copy it wholesale, even if I wanted to. Woohoo. I caused that by complete accidents. Whoops. No, don't apologize. It's perfect. It's it's legitimately perfect. Legitimately perfect. So do not apologize, please. But yeah. Yeah, so that is actually quite long. So, looking at this gauntlet, at the moment it looks like it's sort of a pseudo-shadow type thing, but I think I'm going to make it more mundane. Simply because I'm going to need to 3D model it later. Reality check. I'm going to need to 3D model that later. And I wanted to be able to run on potato PCs and natively on Linux. Like that would be a cool thing, as if I can make Project Mystehaven run natively on Linux. Like I think that would be really nice. However it ends up being, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to trim this down from being a full gauntlet into being sort of a pair of rings, I think. Just because it'll be a little bit more convenient for domestic fashion wear, if I can phrase it that way. 2 fingers and a thumb claws for catching fish? Yeah, something like that. Make these good and long. Why? Because a short claw does not help much. There's a reason why a lot of predatory fish have literal needles for teeth. If anyone asks, the full gauntlet broke during the roll down the mountainside. Valid. Valid. And not being part of the Mist Guard, he had no valid reason to get a full rearmament. So he kind of just had to bargain getting his gauntlet fixed back into a piece of jewelry, essentially. Avoids the stereotype of the trident weapon for Atlanteans and the like. Yep. Yep. Like, spears are nice. Spears are great. And they also make sense for catching fish as well, because it gives you that extra reach. There is a reason why tridents have always been associated with aquatic things, because it is literally a fishing tool. A trident is a fishing tool. Primarily, firstly and foremostly. Which is the reason why the stereotype exists, because it makes sense on a practical level. But there are workarounds. Also, the Greek god of the sea often uses it. Yeah, there's that, but once again, he was given the tool because why? It's a fishing tool. It made sense. It made sense, so that was kind of why it ended up in the artistic depictions, which is why it ended up becoming part of the pop culture as well. I forgot to reset my hydrate timer, so everyone acquire your nearest staple consumption beverages, and let's take a sip. I'm trying so hard to not go full superhero comics with the Atlantean stuff from there. Yeah, Honestly, I like with the weapon being essentially a rapier and a clawed gauntlet. To me, it just implies that they're fast enough to just grab fleeing fish. Both Marvel and DC did it. Yeah. They... how can I phrase this? It's very easy for a franchise to take something like a whole mythology and kind of make people forget that the entire original mythology existed. It's not difficult for it to do, and Marvel and DC have done that with entire pantheons. And I'm pretty sure that there are a couple of manga that have done that too. Saint Seiya, I think, also did that. Omniscient Reader does that. Pretty much anything of the constellation streamer trope does that. So, yeah, it's a thing. It's a thing. Just depending on the scale of the audience, it's sometimes more or less culturally shifting. Thor's a big one, but there are enough non-Marvel and DC depictions of Atlantis that I don't think that Kada suffers from being Disneyed nearly as much. Yeah. Time will tell. Honestly, time will tell. Like, currently, the action manhwa genre is currently suffering from that in the sense that you've got a potload of solo leveling clones at the moment. That is a thing that is currently a trend, is all of the solo leveling clones. Which is different from the occasion where you've got a whole bunch of stories that start up from the same writing challenge prompt, which are things like, okay, when suddenly you get a huge pile of new stories coming out that are like, for example, the initial wave of the constellation stream trope, for example. Game system in real life trope, exactly. Like, that's just one of them. The whole every MC is a necromancer trope, or every MC is an assassin trope. It's a thing that happens, and eventually a new thing pops up. Like, with the dawn of the Stellar Swordmaster, I'm starting to see a pickup in the number of Swordmaster-centric plots as well. But you'll always have that one or two outliers that do a thing really well. Like, I keep coming back to the Eternally Regressing Night, or The Night Only Lives Today, where the time traveler trope or the infinite regression trope is something that's been around for a while. The whole Groundhog Day thing has been around for a while, but it can be done really well, or it can be done less so. And the good ones, it doesn't matter when they come out, they always stand pretty much to shoulder with whatever the major trope thing of the day happens to be. So yeah, you're always going to have these waves of, okay, this is the popular thing. Like, 10 years ago it was the vampire and werewolf trend. Now it's the necromancer trend and the aura farming OPOC thing. Goodness alone knows. I think possibly the next one might be the Swordmasters again. Or it might be either the Swordmasters or it might be the close range mages, one of the two. It really all depends on where the next quote unquote big hit lands. So yeah, what the next trend is going to be for what the next plot bubble will be. As many conversations here have gone, a trope isn't inherently bad. It's the tool that gets used the way that the wielder uses it. Exactly. Like, the Mystehaven is full of tropes. Like, it's still in draft stage and I can see tropes starting to appear. But that's not bad. Like, Ebony is a classic case of the sort of, he could be an antagonist, but honestly he's just here because he's too proud to say that he lost, and not hold up his word. Oversaturation is just one way the trope can get beaten into the ground. Yeah, like, oversaturation, and when those oversaturations end up getting really nasty. Like, a good trope done badly, that generally can end in disaster. Which is why a lot of revenge plots are also things that are very, very, very slippery slopes. Because sometimes you get a revenge plot that sounds like, okay, you got a decent-ish starting point. Where's the character gonna grow? And then it goes into a really bad downward cycle. Like, a negative character arc is not necessarily a bad thing in storytelling, but at some point you gotta wonder, okay, why am I rooting for this guy? Or am I even rooting for this guy? Or am I just watching a horror story unfolding before my eyes of a person losing humanity? And then you start to wonder, okay, what purpose does this story serve in terms of what is it trying to say to people? And is it something that's healthy for them to be reading? And sometimes it gets really gnarly. Like, really, really gnarly. Like, one negative character arc that I've seen done really, really well is in Unordinary, where the main character goes in a really, really bad and ugly downward spiral, but he comes out of it. And that's great. It gave me hope for the rest of the story. I'm still building up Buffett chapters to catch up now that I know that the end is coming as well. It's been 10 years of Unordinary. Oh my word. That's the thing. Wow, that just hit me like a ton of bricks. I've been reading Unordinary since it came out. Wow. Okay, that hit me like a ton of bricks just now. Okay, just processing that for a second. I've intentionally tried to steer into the Eldritch tropes with my stuff. It's fun to try and hit them with a more unique method. One thing a trope might do well is if you know who your audience is and what tropes to expect them to know, you can use those tropes to skip some otherwise unnecessary exposition. Yes. As long as you aren't worried about any viewers not knowing. The thing with a negative character arc is the writer needs to know it's a negative character arc. I won't name names, but I've seen cases where the writers seem to think that the character arc is a positive one and it does not work out. Ooh, yeah, that's not good. That's not good. When the author can't differentiate between a negative and a positive character arc, then that gets messy, and then it gets really ugly. Self-awareness, yes. Totally. Very, very important. Okay, now I need to make my decision about what I'm doing here. I need to make my decision about what I'm doing here. I have been distracting myself trying to think and I've been not getting anywhere. Maybe the save button is a good place to start. Save as. I don't actually need a new folder right now. I'll get back to that. This is gonna be, what's today's date? 05/27. I'm just gonna put it as today's date. Yeah, Unordinary is an interesting one. Still haven't gone back into it, but I know what you're talking about. Yeah. Like, Unordinary is a good read. Like, I honestly forgot how fast-paced the beginning was when I started my reread on that recently. Yeah, exactly that. You're rooting for him, and then the jerks get a taste of their medicine, and you cheer, and then it continues. And then you start getting worried. Yeah, stop. John, stop! Please? And then he finally gets a slap in the face of the right kind, and then plot can resume. Because in between all of that, there's actual plot happening as well. It's not just his character arc, there's actual background plot, and I'm very curious to see where that is going. Like, I have been stockpiling episodes, because when I read that, it's gonna be a binge of note. Oh boy, it's gonna be a binge of note. Let's just say I'm saving it for a burnt out day. I am saving it for a burnout day. Which, I generally hope that those don't happen, but I know that they do. And it's like, okay, I'm just gonna spend this time and just not think of my own stuff and just absorb. Yeah. That's pretty much the only days when I actually fully consume content, is when I've got, like, literally, I've got no brain juice for anything else. It's not good necessarily, but sometimes it's just how things work out. I'm not entirely sure how I feel about some parts of that first arc, though. Mileage may vary, but I think some characters may feel like they don't get the accountability they deserve. Yeah, let's put it this way. Certain characters, the accountability comes back way later. Like, there's some things that kind of get let slide, and you kind of know, okay, it's the system that is broken, like, totally broken. And the accountability thing is a major plot point, I think. Like, the accountability and lack thereof, I think, is actually a major point of discussion. Is like, okay, in this world, the accountability is actually one of the major problems that this world faces. So it's actually, I think, potentially not just... I think that's actually an intentional plot device. That you're left unsatisfied with how things just kind of get left hanging. Personally, that's my take on it. But yeah, I need to finish the story to see. I don't want to say here what I was, but I've probably seen some of what you're already thinking. Yeah, stuff that happens way later. It's a thing. Like, to borrow the delicious Korean saying, it's the stuffy sweet potatoes that you have to really chew through, and it's uncomfortable and stuffy, and it feels horrible to just have to sit through this tacky stuffiness to properly enjoy the refreshing cider that comes afterwards. The stuffier the sweet potato, the more refreshing the cider. I am so glad when I was reading Lout of the Count's Family that was actually something that was explained line at some point, because that's like, it makes so much sense. It makes so much sense. I understand why the Koreans have this saying when it comes to their fictional consumption of stories now. It makes so much sense. Thank you, Yuri-Johan, for including that in that story. It was, as a reader, a point of enlightenment. A total point of enlightenment for me as a reader. Okay, I actually kind of like this, how this is working out. They have matching hairstyles, and if I take out the earring on the opposite side, they've got matching earring type things. I think it was at the end of 252. I have no idea when that is, so that number is meaningless to me right now. Later in the story, there's top earrings. I love that. I love that. I love that. Yes. Field trip? Oh, the field trip. Yes. The field trip. Brett, you are full of absolute brilliant ideas today. Oh my word. Like, there's no other way of phrasing this. Brett is feeding us this day. Brett is feeding us this day. Wow. Like, wow. Can you tell that I might have had cute shipping stuff on my mind this day? Just a little bit. Just a teeny bitty little bit. That's adorable. Sigh, you broke me. Wow. Broken verb count at least 3 or 4. Yes, yes. We're at least 3, probably closer to 4 or 5. I have no idea. Might go. Mission success. Okay. I strive to break people with laughter. It is a wonderful, wonderful goal. I love it. I love it. Okay. So now the question is... No, it's not even a question. This is a warm water fish. Look at the colors. It's too vibrant. If it were a cold water fish, he'd be silver. Okay, he's a tropical. Dark, but tropical. If he were a cold water fish, he'd be grey. Which means that his usual ambient temperature is probably going to be around 16 to 23 degrees Celsius, I think. 16 to 25 degrees Celsius, depending on cyclone season. Which means... an atmospheric temperature that is similar is going to feel very different. Simply because of not getting the heat diffused by the water around him. Direct solar heat, direct from not getting diffused from the water around him is going to be a thing. Literally almost half of the people here come from colder climates. What is this? What is this? What is this? This is unintentionally turning into any excuse to give people no sleeves. Warm water nocturnal cave dwelling fish, dark in tropical environment, truly gods in the introverts of the merpeeps. Yeah. That's wild how this is turning out, huh? And all of this trying to get to the point where I can actually determine what his skin color is, because that zero saturation? So there is no color in that skin. The one person who agrees that Harrier that 30 degrees Celsius is too cold! Yes. If you are sitting still, it is 100% too cold, honestly. Although at that point you're starting to get storm water as well. It's a bit warm. It's not quite lukewarm. It's just under lukewarm. Which means, guys, let's just think about this for a second. If we are considering that what is the water temperature that it takes for what is the water temperature that it takes to create a tropical storm? That is the question. Hold on. Other question. Mozambique current warm water average temperature. Weather stats. Let's see. You're not convincing me that it's cold? It's cold if you're sitting still and not moving, and you have very poor blood circulation like I do. Okay. Averaging between 22 and 30. 20 and 30. Okay, so that's a 20-degree range of variation on the warm current. Off Mozambique. That sounds like skill issue on behalf of your blood. It is. It 100% is. It 100% is. It's no one else's problem, it's just mine. Okay. So that range of temperatures, if that is a range of temperatures where a merfolk would be able to get away without having fabric draping over them, which can, 1, be drag, and 2, rot. Typo turned me into Mario. At the sound like a skill issue wanted to have your blood. Yeah. We get it, we get it. That means that is considered warm enough. Now, that would feel significantly colder in the atmosphere. Those temperatures would feel significantly colder in the atmosphere. Wouldn't they? I'm feeling confuzzled. I'm feeling confuzzled. My physics brain is not physicsing. The feels like temperature of air versus the feels like temperature of water, which is warmer. I'm just quickly reading on some physics here. 1 second. Just a cold water feels colder than air of the same temperature. So, if that is comfortably warm in cool water, the air is going to feel painfully hot. I do love written character design requires looking up physics and other random stuff. Yeah, I know, right? Okay, so he has pretty much the same reasons as Kareth does for wearing as little clothing as possible. It's damn hot in the air. Water of the same temperature feels so much more tolerable. Okay. And Kareth is literally an ice giant. Okay. He has an excuse to not wear a shirt, I guess. Simple temperature control math. Okay, he runs a higher body temperature than other humans would. Like, I was trying to see, okay, what makes more sense here, and the physics supports him not wearing a shirt. It's not just something. Feel ridiculous. But okay, we have a valid reason for him to wear less clothes. That's wild. This is wild. Okay. Fabric would be a lot of dragon weight underwater. Yeah. Which makes sense why he wouldn't wear any while submerged. But how would that affect his experience lived in air of the same temperature? Dang it, I have a valid reason to make them hot. Why? Yeah, it's crazy. It's crazy. It's like, do we apply magical air conditioning units to force censorship, or do we just take it that the physics works in benefit of not having our characters wear shirts? Huh? Okay, well, the physics is in favor of not giving the guy a shirt. Let's just roll with it. Okay, fine. We'll take it in deal. As human, he'll also still have mammary glands, but that is besides the point. That was a hydrate, so everyone, since we're all being thirsty here, let's take a sip of our nearest hydration, right? Could go Aquaman and basically give him a white suit shirt. Yeah, but... I don't really want to do that. I really don't actually want to do that. It makes no sense given the context of... If you are living in waters that are already... your body temperature is naturally acclimatized to those waters, why would you waste resources that make no sense producing into clothing as a people group? Like, if your bodies are naturally adapted to a certain thing, why solve a problem that doesn't exist? Like, no one is bored enough for that. Like, it would make sense for jewelry for it to be a thing, and for, like, tattoos and stuff to be a thing, because that's just decoration, and potentially cultural storytelling. But, the only other thing I could think of is armor, if they had to worry about larger creatures. Yeah, but then it would definitely be a matter of either stone, which would be very, very heavy, or it would have to be shells, or actually wearing poisonous sea creatures on your person, simply because they are aquatic, and unless they are using volcanic vents, melting rock is not necessarily going to be a thing. Smithy is not necessarily going to be a thing. And even so, with how volcanic rock behaves underwater, it's gonna be really, really, really tricky to control heat in such a way that you'd actually be able to forge anything. Like a fish scale aesthetic armor? Like an aesthetic armor, like that sort of thing, 100% would definitely be a thing. Because it's basically jewelry and beautification. But like functional pieces, it would have to be very much... functional pieces would definitely be more in the range of your weaponry. Could also be a reason for keeping the air and water breathing. Part of a need to go up on land to work forges, but there's an additional logistics. Yeah, like, you'd actually need to have a... You'd have to have a shallow water system for actually being able to work fire and stuff. But then there's the entire debacle of, okay, how do you gather fuel? How do you light the fires in the first place? When you are not necessarily... When you are waterbound, how do you do the thing? Like, my entire idea for Dewin is that his entire species have pretty much been so used to being underwater the entire time that they've pretty much forgotten that they've got the ability to do a land shift, because there's so little of it and it's so unusable and inhospitable that it's kind of pointless. So it's lots of logistical considerations of, okay, what would be... what makes sense, you know? What parts of world building enable plot, and what parts of plot are informed by world building? That would make my idea unnecessary. Yeah, cultural context. Yeah, it's wild. It's wild. Okay. I'm reminded of an anime where more people could shapeshift legs, but it was difficult to hold if they made contact with any water. Yeah, like, in this case, it would not be a matter of water contact, but an actual, basically... how could I say this? It's difficult from our perspective because it's not something that we necessarily are sensitive, have the nerve sensation to be aware of. But it would basically be like, being aware of where your tongue is in your mouth. Like, it would be something like that. People who have the ability to shift are able to determine, okay, they control their shift basically the same way that they control any other muscle in their body. You are potentially aware of the position of your tongue in your mouth, but whether it is in a state where it is tucked behind your teeth, as in behind your top teeth, or behind your lower gum, or behind your bottom teeth, where it's exactly sitting, you may be aware of it now, but there are times where you're not entirely aware of it. How dare you cast manual breathing? Oh dear. Yeah, like, you are now all aware of exactly where your tongues are sitting in your mouths, and I apologize for that. It's gonna take you hours to forget that, unless you fall asleep. I don't know. I'm not actually, because I'm currently eating. That is cheating. That is cheating. Lucky. I forgot to switch on my timer again. No! I've counted your spell, bird lady. Aren't you lucky? Aren't you so, so lucky? I'm the only one suffering here. No, I'm also now aware of it. Even though I'm talking a lot, it's like, oh no, I know where that is now. I'm thinking about it. But then again, I'm also aware of my clothing at all times, so that doesn't really count for much. Like, I can always feel where my clothing is sitting on my person. I am constantly aware of that. Which is why I'm picky with my clothing. Because I can feel it. It's not like it's you put it on and forget about it. It's like you feel it. Or at least I know I do. I'm not always, but I don't like long sleeve t-shirts that much. Sometimes they just make the crook of my elbow unpleasant in a way I can't describe or ignore. Yeah. Like, I've got the same thing with a crew collar t-shirt as well. Like, a polar neck or a turtleneck or a v-neck I can wear no problem. But specifically where the hem sits on a crew neck shirt, I cannot deal. I cannot deal. Also the fact that the round hem always ends up stretching out in a weird wobbly way and looks trashy after 6 months. That also doesn't vibe. The other day though, I wore one and it was completely fine. No idea how. Yeah, sometimes it's got to do with the weight of the fabric. The stiffness of the fabric, and sometimes even potentially the weave of the fabric. Like, how heavy it is really does have a major impact on how much mass ends up in the creases and folds, and when you're dealing with sensory irritation around the joints specifically, that kind of bulk, ooh, it gets annoying. It's one of the reasons why I've generally just come to despise wearing sleeves in general, is because I'm constantly aware of the sleeve bulk between my arms and my torso. Like, I can't deal. I'm constantly aware of how every time I try to move to do something, my sleeves knock everything over. It drives me insane. Okay, this is also going to be 2 spines. More than that makes no sense. So, two spines. Then we've got what is mer equivalent of pectoral fins. How come he gets to have 2 spines and I only get to have 1? Because there's a difference between a spine and a spinal cord. A spine is a spiky thing. A spinal cord is a S-shaped curvy thing that's set in your back. Ha ha ha. Take that, semantics. Okay. I'm gonna change the shape of the fluke here. That's why one of my forms has spines on his spine. That makes sense. Well, centaurs have 2 rib cages. Well, they've got contingencies. we discussed this. They've got contingencies. Centaurs have contingencies. I don't know how that relates, but now you're thinking about it. Yeah. No, I have thought of that. Like, how do you validate the existence of a centaur? It's like, okay, beyond being able to move fast, what is the survival adaptation that makes this worthwhile? Taking damage, contingencies, regeneration skills. Well, now Brett's thinking about it. Yes. In my opinion, centaurs are insects. 6 limbs, a head, thorax, and whatever the rear end is called on a bug. Abdomen. Technically. By that definition, Dari is an insect too. And unfortunately, I'm less logical than Rhea. Okay, by that definition, Dari is an insect too. But there is the there are 2 things that I would say separate centaurs from insects, and that is this. 1, internal skeleton. 2, mechanism of muscle movement. Those are the 2 things that I'd say separate a centaur from an insect. Is the internal skeleton and the movement methodology of the muscles. Because insect muscles do not behave the same way as vertebrate muscles do, by my reckoning. Like, I remember it being a completely different chemical process. And thus the proxy war of cognito hazards has started. Oh dear. It would be wild if centaurs had exoskeletons and had blood hydraulics of spiders. Well, that's where driders come in. Spider centaurs. Like, I know some games have them labeled as like arachne type things. But they are technically hybrids because they've also got a blood system for the human parts most of the time. Unless the human parts are less human and also are jointed in the exoskeleton manner, in which case they would also operate with blood hydraulics. It all depends on the character design. I have some I actually have a pair of Drider characters. Haven't drawn them in a while. But they are losing relevance at a mean speed, so... You can make things so weird if you're willing to do so. I know, right? It's so amazing. It's so much fun. Okay. Let's see. Now the tatter on the fluke is kind of a charm point. But I need to figure out how to get that. In such a way that it doesn't interfere with general fin construction. I like when animal hybrids make something unconventional actually appealing in an unconventional way. Like, don't get me wrong, cat girls are fine and they're popular for a reason, but they're basic. Yeah, like, there's a reason why every time I want to do a Kemono Mimi type character, I generally like adding extra things. Like, I always lean towards the digitigrade feet. Like, it kind of hurt me slightly to give Ebony non-digitigrade feet, but because I wanted to give him a kicking heavy combat style, I felt that making him plantigrade just made more sense. But that's why, like, Kai and Lemil, they've got hooves and paws respectively. But like, extra bits, always fun. Extra bits are always fun. One time there was a person who I teamed up with to make a set of characters. I make half and they make half. And the one that fell into my purview was an animal person. Ooh. They expected a cat person or something basic. I went with Batgirl. Ooh. 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 That could be interesting. So the question there is, in terms of the hand-wing membranes and the connection points of the membrane to the torso, that must have been interesting. There's a difference between a cat girl and a cat girl? Yeah, I see what you mean there, Braid. It's the difference between Kemono Mimi and Sphinx. Hey, it's the difference between Kemono Mimi and Sphinx. It wasn't as much bad as that. It was an already existing setting, and those animal people are a lot more human than animal. No wings. Oh. Oh. It's why I like to have fun with eldritch stuff. How much can I mess up a human body and justify it as functional? Oh boy. Okay, I'm gonna build in some asymmetry here. because it doesn't make sense for tattoos to be exactly the same. Eldritch and mad scientist over here. Yeah, yeah. Then full to eldritch forms where you can go full, run away very fast with it. Yeah. Yeah. Character design is fun. Okay. I'm gonna put these two further forward on the tail, as in further to the ventral side, because it makes a bit more sense. Okay. Now what I want to do is I want to do a check in terms of rear view. Something like that. Late response, but I like to go with robots. Yeah, that makes sense. If you like robots, go with robots. That makes sense. Alright. I still need to actually design some characters that are still just mostly swimming in my brain. Yeah, that's a mood, that's a vibe. Okay. Now, let's get to actually putting some structure down. Okay. So, quality of life decision. I've determined that the hairpiece is going to be an absolute pain to both model and draw repeatedly. So I'm definitely going to simplify that down. That face is still fantastic. I am glad you're enjoying it. Sometimes that just complete deer in headlights, I have no idea what's going on. It's just the most fun thing. Just, yeah. What would we do without car emoji? Honestly, like sometimes the normal emotes just don't quite do what you need them to. Like, what would we do without car emoji? Sometimes you just need a face made of text. Exactly. Okay. Gonna leave that there. Now, one thing that I'm not going to give him is knees. At any point, I don't think. Because that would not make sense. Given the context. Because, technically speaking, skeletally, the closest thing that he's got to legs would be these little fins over here. Skeletally. Brr-ba-da-dum. There we go. Now, all of this filigree detail, it makes sense in the case where it's armor, but I think I'm actually going to adapt that down into markings as part of his actual color palette. Because of obviously the absence of forging options, unless that ends up being a thing that he gets in Mystehaven, which is actually also a possibility. It's actually more of a likelihood that he would get it in Mystehaven. Some fluke decor. Okay, and that is a hydrate. So everyone, time to acquire your nearest safe for consumption beverages and take a sip. Okay, what's the time? Okay. Let's come over here. Just give this a little bit of cleanup. That is not gonna work. Just go for a straight curve instead of usual. Madness, because experience recently has proven that those sorts of bangs are actually a little bit of a nightmare to build. Fun to draw, but a nightmare to build. We'll see what happens when I try and pull something similar into Live 2D. Not into Live 2D, into Blender in 3D space. It feels so liberating now that I can safely say, hey, listen guys, the entire plan is to do the entire thing in 3D. Okay, getting there. Okay, now I'm just gonna hide that for a bit. Because I want to get to the point that I've been trying to reach for the last 4 hours. Yeah, 4 hours, which is trying to figure out what the skin color is actually going to be, because that is not existent. And that's not going to help me much. So I will do other details later, as I figure them out. But the thing that I need to figure out firstly and foremostly is going to be skin color. And to do that, I want to just get some basic blocks in shape. There we go. Okay. This is a little bit too dark, so what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna grab that, reduce the saturation down. And let's just try that. Yeah, it's black, but not completely black. Let's replace that accordingly, okay? I still want to be able to differentiate between black full and line art. And the other thing that's going to be interesting is figuring out how I'm going to do the scalation blend into the human torso. That's going to be a thing to figure out still. Hold up. That's the thing that I'm going to need to figure out. So, let me just put this information in. That makes more sense for that to come off of a hip bone. Because then there's an actual anatomical landmark for it to connect to. Okay. Oh boy. Right. Then gotta capture shape. Something like that. This is all way, way, way rougher than I anticipated earlier, but it's fine. Yeah, I'll need to still figure out how I'm exactly going to get the transition from scales to skin to work. And how high up I want that to happen. Now, in terms of actual skin color. It can't be this. It's got to have a little bit of life in it. I can't make it actually nothing. Like, who's my palest character? Just thinking for a second, who's my palest character? That's gonna be the absolute palest character in my roster is gonna be Renko. What's his set? Not that different. Not gonna make him pale as printer paper? No, like 8% saturation and 90%, 96% value is already really, really pale. Oh, hello, they're actually similar. I do feel like this is actually not bad. Like, it's... Hold up, let me just do this. Color, grab white, fill. Okay. Interesting. So... if that is Renko color, let's do luminosity adjustment to get this pale enough to match Renko while still being of the redder hue. Still dark, still dark. Still dark, okay. Now, what is that new value? 5% and 96. That is still pale as death, but it's at least a slightly more living pale as death, if it makes any sense. Any paler than that, and it doesn't make sense as I think. But I do definitely want him to have that slightly redder undertone in his skin shade than Renko, who's got that yellow undertone. Okay, so now we come back up to Dewin's palette, and we go replace, and we go change name, call this one skin, so that I know what I'm looking at when I see that very, very, very ambiguous white color, because it's basically off-white at this point. Like, there is barely any contrast there between the skin color and the Slayer color. Oh no. There is like no contrast there. Like there is like almost no way to tell. Oh yeah, no, that won't do. They are basically the same color. That's supposed to be Slayer. That's not gonna work. So we put the Slayer in. Come over here again. Edit. Tonal correction. Luminosity. Bring that down. Cancel. Show color. There. Tonal correction. Hue, saturation, luminosity. I just want to have enough so that I can actually see a difference between the skin and the white of the eye. If I can't tell there's a difference there, it's not enough. Reminds me of a Sonic character whose fur is white. Instead of changing her fur color, they just made her hair slightly blue. Yeah. It's a thing. To do contrast with hue rather than value. But when it comes to skin and Slayer, I like to work with values because it's just... I already don't draw the whites of the eyes in pure white, so it's like, eh. Okay, I'll give this a proper trace at a later stage, but what I'm going to do here... Cancel. Slightly smaller still. Let's look at that arrangement. Okay. What if his eyes were colored more like fish eyes? From what I searched up, they don't have white Slayer. This is true, but I also don't want to start going into Uncanny Valley with him. Simply put, I really, really, really don't want the one actual love interest character in the entire plot to be just so that someone who's slightly more on the normie side of the spectrum cannot comfortably ship, if that makes sense. Google is telling me they tend to be dark, silvery, or slightly iridescent. Could be cool, just to throw it out there. I've always been slightly scared of doing the Dark Slayer thing with characters. I'm scared of doing stuff with the Slayer usually. And it's twofold. One, it's because of associations. And secondly, because I'm always thinking about cosplaying, right? Cosplay is always one of the things on the top of my thought list when I'm doing any character work on stuff. Alex, hello, welcome in. And while, yes, there are certain things that generally are a little bit more of a pain to cosplay when you're doing fictional anatomy sorts of things. The last thing I want people to do is need to put in Slayer lenses. How's a cosplayer going to do a fishtail? They are mermaiders, okay? Mermaiding is a thing, okay? Once upon a time when I was actually more active in other species, I was actually actively contemplating going into designing my own mermaid tails for the mermaiding community. It's a thing. But basically, there are two methods for it. You can either make them out of silicone, or you can make them out of neoprene, or similar printed fabric. And you put a diving monofin in them, and then you can actually use them in a swimmable fashion. It's a thing. Sky Huntress actually does mermaiding. I don't know how much she's done it recently, but Sky Huntress is actually a mermaid too. It's a thing. Like, this original tail design, with the inclusion of the knees and the fact that the fins are coming out directly on the side, that is ideal for if you're going to do a fabric print tail. Legitimately. Let me just show you guys. Let me show you guys, actually. Like, this is a company I know that is a specific tail maker for mermaiding, right? This is a tail making company. Don't take my statements as rude because I'm not trying to convince you. No, it's all good. It's all good. I'm just taking it as an opportunity to show some stuff off. Yeah. So these are things that people actually are able to swim in. There are some really nice ones. One day is one day. I still wanted to get a tail, but considering I have not swum in like 3 years. It's crazy. I think it'd be a shame to not do a thing just because it's inconvenient for cosplayers. I know, it's just that I'm very scared of damaging people's eyes. Like, that's the one thing. Like, everything else, you can sort of squish, you can always do body paint or something to make someone's skin blue, or do stuff with silicone and wax and what have you for augmentations in weird and wonderful ways. But I'm scared of doing stuff with people's eyes. Like, when it comes to colors, things like circle lenses are available for most eye colors, honestly, that are safe. But sclera lenses with their size are just... I am scared that those are more likely to cause damage. Like, I know people who actually use sclera lenses would probably say, no, to the contrary, but I don't know. Yeah. But no, I'm when it comes to the dark scleras, it's just not something that I'm willing to touch at this point. There are other reasons as well, but one of the primary ones is definitely optical safety. My aesthetic reasons for it I'll keep to myself. Okay, now when it comes to the tail markings, these are going to be so much easier when they're UV painted. Oh my word. Because this is detail to wrap. I'll actually need to plan that properly. Now, let's see. I need to see more of the reference. Okay, that's something. Hmm. I'm here looking at pictures of fish eyes, and I actually did find this one where the Slayer is a really light silvery blue, pretty close to white actually. Almost like the character I mentioned, it just has really big pale gold irises. Wow. Gold. Fancy. A bluefin driftfish. Ooh. Okay, so what I am picking up from this is that I'm definitely going to need to refine these torso markings and give myself better landmarks on them. But we're getting places. However, I'm gonna need to start calling it a night because otherwise tomorrow is going to be difficult. So I'm probably gonna discard this sketch. I don't know how I feel about it. I'll probably discard, possibly come back to it, I don't know. Let me just add this to save as. I don't know if I'm going to come back to this one. We'll see. Some sketches are made to not be finished, I guess, but we'll see if I do. But this sketch page I will come back to for sure and see what I can do about figuring out the rest of the markings and what have you. Because there's definitely stuff to be figured out. What might end up happening is I might actually pull him into Blender as the second character, simply so that I can do the UV mapping and actually use that to figure out exactly what my landmarks are for all of our markings, so that when I draw him in a default way, I've actually got more solid landmarks. But yeah, I need to do a more comprehensive reference, I think, to get a sense of, okay, how does everything wrap around on the back of the torso, etc. and take it from there. I think. I think that's going to be the plan. But I am very, very, very happy that we have gotten some character development in place. Like, that is... like, the brain has brained, and things have settled in the brain a little bit. And I think that's grand and really, really useful. And yeah, we have definitely managed to achieve something, I think. It was my intention to do commission work this day, of some description, but obviously that did not happen. So commission work will be deferred to tomorrow. I have a lot to do. And pending that, I may or may not play Final Fantasy XIV on Thursday. If Thursday doesn't end up, dissolving into oblivion again for the third week in a row, we shall see. But I am happy that, at least in terms of brain work on Mystehaven things, a significant chunk of progress has happened, and it feels like a really, really, really important breakthrough on that front. So thank you guys for bearing with me while we yapped through things and got things going. So thank you guys. Thank you. Also, once again, big thank yous for making it possible to actually acquire Dewin. I think we are en route to being able to get to next steps soonish. So yay, happiness there. Commissions in the queue, obviously still got a lot to work on Sishin. I've still got a lot to work on Zany. Working on Zany was my original game plan for the day, and then things kind of went sideways from there. I managed to put in a little bit of work on it, but then I got stuck with a question, and the question subsequently got answered, but at the same time, yeah, the day kind of ran away from me a little bit, in a good way, but it still ran away from me. So I want to put in a good solid tonk on that in the morning, ahead of tomorrow's stream, where what I actually work on stream I will still figure out. It might be a general stream, I'm not sure yet. We'll figure it out between now and 19 hours from now, basically. So we will get places. We will indeed get places. Anything else? Yeah, thank you guys a lot for all of the thought-provoking things that we were able to yap about today. It was fun. I really enjoyed it. I hope you guys had fun too. We are in a place where I'm trying to get to the point where we can do more Mystehaven stuff more frequently. So if you are looking forward to the project and would like to see more of its production happening, then do please consider heading over to my VGen and buying an hour of my time to be able to do this without feeling guilty that I should be working on commissions at that time, because otherwise I won't be able to eat next month. Yeah, so if you'd like to see more stuff, and support the project, support the world build, and get little snippets and be able to help formulate the world a little bit more every time, then it would be really, really cool to see that and work with you guys on that as we go. So if you are capable, please consider that. I am planning on, as soon as I've got capacity freed up, doing a lot more work on the 3D models for all of our Mystehaven characters. So basically, as soon as I've got Ebony's base mesh done in terms of all of the parts placement, in terms of hands, feet, getting the A pose in position, and throwing his tail in there as well. Then we're going to start with the base mesh for the next character before doing any UV madness or rigging madness, okay? Reason being that I want to have consistency across all of the models in all of their states. So we're literally going to be working on it systematically, going through, okay, we're going to do all of the poly modeling, then we're going to do all of the rigging, then we're going to do all of the UV mapping and all of the UV painting in bumps like that for our different characters. Is it maybe the fastest way of doing things? I don't know. Would it maybe be better to get one character done and gone? I don't know, because then maybe takes months to get to the next thing and then stylistically things change. I don't know. I don't like the idea of that. So we are still figuring things out in my brain in terms of how exactly that's going to work out. But we're doing the thing. We're doing the thing, basically. And we are plugging away little bits at a time while I am writing in between everything else. So, yeah. The word count for today was, what was it? In terms of the first draft madness on word count dailies. On the outline for Kareth's POV was 898. That was the word count that we managed before stream between buying Dewin and starting stream. I wrote that many words in outline and we've got stuff coming, so yay. That's one step closer. That's one step closer. So big thank yous on that front again for making it possible. And I think that is where I am going to need to call it for today, because the last of my brain juice has just left the building. Thank you guys. Rest well. And yeah. We'll keep on swimming, I guess. Okay, that was the last fish pun for the day. Okay, good night, goodbye. Bye.